Well, well, well. Here we are again. Welcome in. How are you doing? Hope you're having a good week so far. Let's do stuff. I've been naughty. I've skipped a few streams because I'm I don't have any excuse other than I wanted to work on by my lonesome, I guess. But now I'm back, and there was a lot of changes, a lot of advancements to game. And I think a big focus for today is going to be... Oh shit, that's a resprite file. Fuck! Did it. I'm just moving stuff around here. We're getting ready. Blam, 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 blam. So the background has been reworked a little bit. Just a tiddly bit. And we're going to be working on that today. We're going to be jumping around. All right. Okay. All right. Me, oh my, oh Mally, oh me. We got a lot to do. What's up, Magnus? Welcome in, guys. Hope you're having a great day. I'm doing a lot of pixel art today. Just trying to get to the other side of done. There's a lot of stuff on the background here that I have to do. Mainly we gotta finish the water. I've reworked the waterfall quite a bit here. So that means I'm gonna have to go through, after I like add in the reflection, fix like the static background part of it, I'm gonna have to reanimate the waterfall itself. But this was to make a little more sense in my brain, and it's still a little bit messed up, but we'll come back to that. We're gonna just do a few more touch-ups here to the grass. And then it's gonna be jumping around. Might just jump to the waterfall right after this. Whatever makes sense, man. But yeah, we're doing a bit of a daywalker stream today. Usually I'm streaming in the nights, but currently my sleep schedule's flipped around. So we're doing some daytime stuff here. But yeah, welcome in. Lots to do today. I was spending a lot of time past couple of days reworking the card system in the game so that I could use a little bit deeper pixel density on the cards themselves, but only in like little ways. I'm not trying to mix pixel sizes too much, but I'm doing it a little bit because I'm already doing it with the text so that it's more legible for the translations, as we know. So I'm decided to also do the same thing for the art on the cards, so that it makes it's like one step less in terms of producing the cards. I don't have to produce like a mini version of the card. Well, I still do, but like it's a lot more formulaic and just simplifies the process, and I think it looks better. I think last time on stream we were mainly working on this grass, I think. But I did a whole revamp for the rest of the background. So we're going to be just like going through the background on many levels. But I wanted to add a little bit more of these other leaf color here. Grass color. Get rid of these highlights. But we're probably going to be like ultra focused today and see if I can't get all the way back to the meteor strike AoE. Because if I could start programming that, that would be really good. But yeah, I didn't stream on Friday, didn't stream on Monday. But I can say that today I just pulled in the code that I've been working on, and it was about 1,000 lines of code. And I did a bunch of pixel art in that time off from streaming. So I've been like just definitely pushing. So there's a lot to kind of unveil today. But we're getting there. Little bits and pieces. The song is how my brain feels. Chaos! Ba-da-ba-da-ba. I do expect it to be kind of a chill stream today because people don't expect me to stream during the day usually. But I needed to get on because my schedule was like, I'm going to bed really early right now. So if I didn't come on right now, then I would have missed it. So kind of had no choice. Wanted to have at least some sort of presence. I'm still here. I'm still working. Longest quest of my life. We will march forward forever till game is done. Keep seeing all these little shorts for Next Fest games, which is really awesome. I guess that's like going on this week. So I wish all the indies who are putting out their Next Fest stuff a lot of luck. I hope there's some fun demos for people. In the rain. trying to think about how I'm going to do the ripples in the water. And I may try to use that Lua program that I used to shake the tree leaves. Try to use some water with it. I think a common water effect is Perlin. Is it called Perlin noise? Something like that. Where everything looks very liquidy. So I'm eventually going to do that. First things first is we gotta establish the reflection in its entirety. We're definitely got our work cut out for us at getting the waterfall back up to snuff. Alright, let's work on this waterfall. So I added some new rocks and whatnot. Got like moss and it's a little bit of a different look for the waterfall. Mainly just trying to get the more natural flow for it coming off the mountain. lot of these sections are going to get covered up by like the leaves, so I'm not going to spend a lot of time polishing here. All right, we already heard that one. So let's see. Where are we going to listen things today? Macy, thank you for the follow. Welcome in. Posture check. There we go. I did it. Fair enough. He's back. What's up? Nature, how you doing? It's true, I am back. Hanging here with a Macy. Bam, 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 ba-dam, ba-dam. How you doing, man? Doing fair. Lady is doing better. Still have my moments. Just takes time. Indeed, sir. Definitely takes time. Perfectly healthy. Taking your time. Had some amazing ass experiences. Oh yeah, it is okay. So have you been telling a student about your game? He's pretty interested. Nice. I spent the past week, which I haven't been streaming, writing about 1,000 lines of code and doing a lot of polishing on the background here. Just taking a little break from streaming and having some hard, focus. And it's been good. Feel like I'm making solid changes. Really, like what I've been doing to the background mostly is trying to eliminate details and simplify the look of it. Because one thing that I love about like well done pixel art is when they're able to distill it down so drastically that it's very simple. And my backgrounds are very, there's a lot of heavy detail. And so I'm trying to come back through and kind of smash things together a little bit more and then remove detail. So things are more like clumped together, and then I do more outlines, stuff to kind of more contain detail so that there's a lot more rest and clear space to look at. So you can see overall where I'm at with it. Just get rid of that. Just look at the... So redid like the waterfall rocks. Not totally, just like... I guess it is totally, because I redrew more of a simple rock. And then changed the flow of the waterfall to be more coming down the mountain. And... might even need to adjust this a little bit. So yeah, it's been productive, been good. I'm gonna try to put this at an angle here. Utterly awesome where you started to where you are now. It's come a long way. I'm trying to not eliminate things, or not eliminate actually is exactly what I'm doing. It's more I'm not trying to not throw things out, and so really I'm just trying to polish. I'll put that at an angle like that. It's like I've been reworking stuff for so long that I'm like trying to hang on to detail. Like I don't want to continuously redo things. I want to try to make some progress here, but I think this is really important to improve aesthetics. Um, but it's a process. Taught me a lot though. Like, not that my drawing skills are any better, but I think it's giving me much better perspective. Yeah, I mean, this part has been especially tough, trying to come up with the proper aesthetic. Knowing what you love about it, you know, is important. And then trying to like capitalize deeper on it. Well, I try, I suppose. And a lot of it, I'm just figuring it out as I go. Because when it comes to design, it's just like you experiment and you just try to figure out what's good. And on top of it, you also like put it out on social media and see if the type of response as well. Because the goal here is try to make the art marketable, and that's tough. You know, I'm trying to do something that I like, but I'm trying to find what aligns with what I like and what is also marketable. Because that's the biggest lesson I'm trying to learn from making this game, is how do I make something marketable, basically. And so I'm trying to find that universal taste, and I think that hands down has to be the most important lesson from this game, creating this game. So it's a journey. And sometimes I think that there also has to be a point when you just have to stick to your guns as well, because like maybe what you have is the right thing, and it's just a matter of getting the right timing. So it's that's what makes it especially interesting and subjective, because it's like maybe I already had a design that was the perfect design, or like, you know, good enough, and I could possibly be deviating from that. But as far as I feel about it right now, what I'm doing in terms of these background modifications is to remove detail, because a lot very popular advice that I hear about career artists is they say they spend the first half of their career learning how to put detail in, and the last half of their career learning how to take it out. And it's important in the sense that you know exactly what's effective and when to draw the line, you know, when to kind of like keep things simple. And that's what I'm trying to do right now, is just do that simplification. And it's tough for sure. You know what? I'm just gonna do rock for this section. So I'm really just trying to tap into like a deeper, like retro look. Basically, let me just expand that rock. So, as I've said before, like, I'll definitely just be experimenting and doing changes up until the point of release. Like, basically when the project's taken away from me, because it's as long as it's in my hands, I will continue to do stuff. Hard lesson people have to learn in photography too. There's what? Oh my goodness.
Beta Dungeons just subscribed. Hello, Rian. I see we are taking a walk on the Daywalker side time.
Yes. I'm taking a walk on the daywalking side indeed. I'm cycling. But thank you so much, Beta. I really appreciate that. 7 months, let's go. If you want to make a living what you do doing photography, you might have to tweak what you do. Yeah, 100%. Hope all is well. Thank you, Beta.
Come on.
Anakit, thank you for the follow. So yeah, we're just doing some polish on the background here. Trying to... it's basically what I've just been talking about with nature here, is strip away detail and kind of simplify things in a satisfying way. So that there's a lot of rest, so that you don't get like overwhelmed with detail. So that's what I've been working on today. We're just trying to strip away detail that kind of gets in the way of chillaxing. So it's like a pretty busy layer, so we can do stuff to simplify it. I also want to add that like stroke to the outside of the tree. There's some bark we got to also draw. Why don't we start with the bark? It is a process. There's a lot of like tiny trees too that I ended up combining. Ridiculous amount of layers on this one. Where is it? Oh my god. It's on a whole other layer. I like to call it the great polishing. The deforestation. Good luck with the adjustments. Thank you. It's, yeah, basically just trying to clump detail, remove detail, so that way you're not like... there needs to be more visual rest. It's essentially the goal. And a lot of times when I'm looking at scenery pictures, I've noticed that I tend to gravitate towards the... like if there's, say there's like a body of water, and then a bunch of trees and like mountain range with like a lot of like rocky detail, I'll focus on like the water first because it's very simple. It's a big open space, and then I'll start like gravitating to maybe to the sky, things that are big open spaces, because like I think naturally I crave aesthetically visual rest, you know, a place that doesn't have overwhelming detail. And so yeah, I'm just trying to bring that energy. It's like making it a little bit more zen, if you will. And also just like is more classic pixel art looking. And that's what we're up to, man. Beta, I hope you're having a good day. We're just chilling. Yeah, my unusual day stream where people are like... my usual viewers on the other side of the world are all asleep. But it's good to, I think, stream at different times occasionally so that you can kind of reach new people. And be like, hey, yes, I normally stream in the middle of the night, but here I am day walking. But I did a lot of work over this past week that I wasn't streaming, so getting lots of quality advancements to the game in. Been good. Just haven't been like super social streaming mode lately. Just needed a little mental break, I guess. And to be honest, I was reworking the deck building the way things were rendering, and it was like this really pain in the ass thing, and I just needed to like super focus on it, and I got through it, and so now I'm like back to doing art and more chill stuff. So it's, I think I was procrastinating on it long enough and needed to just like tackle it, so I'm really glad that I did, because it's, man, was it a pain in the ass. Took me about 5 days to get through it. It was intense. It's tax season, so chaos, but functional chaos. Indeed. Isn't it though? It's all chaos. So I'm not really changing the detailing on the trees much. I'm just adding additional stuff because I expanded this trees. I actually straightened the trees out as well, because before my trees were like kind of crooked and slanted all over the place, and I decided that I wanted to, in an effort to like kind of solidify things, give them more of a stable feel, I made all the trees very like up and down. And because I'm trying to like make it a little less natural feeling and more of a like pixel art, which tends to be slightly mechanical in a way. So I'm getting away from the chaos a little bit, trying to be a more aesthetically zen, but we'll see. That's the mission. And I've also been like going through and adding more of the, ever since I did the new leaf design on the tree foliage, I've just wanted to like use that same look on the bushes and the grass, just because I like it so much. So I've been, you know, propagating that. Like on these bushes. Impressions of a tree. Yeah. Just make a vibe. So like before, you could see how like these bushes are very kind of rounded, and now I'm just trying to, instead of use like little like 2 pixel brushes, I'm trying to give it like the actual like leaf shapes, kind of like a sharpness. So then that'll be a consistent design throughout, and I think it looks a little bit more put together. Because I should also probably put an outline on this. The base of these bushes don't really ever get seen, so I'm not going to do too much rendering for that. But I'm wondering if I should add another color to these bushes, or should I just keep it like a simple color? I mean, following this kind of new philosophy, I think I'm going to start with making things as simple as I can and see how, like, how simple I can get away with, basically. Because a lot of pixel art that I think people tend to admire is tile set pixel art. So everything's very formulaic and there's a lot of repetition. And that's the one thing that I'm not doing. So I'm trying to bring in some of like simplicity, like a tile set feel, without actually doing a tile set. Because since I'm not doing like this elaborate level, this labyrinth, I figure why go like, you know, overboard with making something really formulaic. Might as well just do something fresh across the board throughout the whole level, because this is it, you know? So I want as much visual variety as I can muster, but at the same time give it that same aesthetic in a sense. So give it variety, but try to keep it like a consistent design and feel. Probably gonna end up giving it like a little bit of some leaves here. Don't think we have to go like massive on the detail. Let's see. Harvest Moon. What's up, PB? So excited for this game. Let's go. Well, I hope you're having a good day over there on YouTube's. I'm live over on TikTok as well. I'm just always slacking on releasing them shorts. But honestly, I'm just trying to get through getting some new art, get the game developed a little further with the new aesthetic, and then I'm going to start pushing that. So I feel like I'm in a transition. I'm always in a transition. Everything's transitional. But I'm hoping for another push soon. Leaves are kind of big. I'll tell you what, I'm looking forward to getting the game out. You know, it was interesting today, like I was working on just a little bit of coding before I came on stream, and I was starting to get all these like segmentation faults that came kind of out of nowhere. And what I ended up doing to alleviate it, and I'm not even fully sure that I have, was I'm using a unique pointer to define and generate the description on the card, right? So there's like the title and then the description on it. And then there is a scroll window that wraps around it. So like the scroll is, if the text is longer than the card, then a scroll bar pops up. And so inside the scroll bar, there was, in the destructor, code that was resetting the shared pointer on, so basically I pass in the description A sprite into it. And then when I'm clearing out the scroll bar, it runs a reset on the smart pointer, but it's a shared pointer. So I figured, why would that cause an issue? Because if you reset on a shared pointer, doesn't it just increment the ownership count down by 1 and then like release and leave the original owner? But anyways, so I realized what I was doing was I was resetting the description before the scroll bar was getting reset. So when the scroll bar would try to reset, it I think it was already potentially gone. But then why wasn't it like blowing that error sooner? So I don't know. I feel like I rocked the boat in some other way, and then that just kind of came up as like a symptom of another problem. So anyways, I like moved the description A sprite to, I set it to just null for 1, and then I put it after the scroll reset. So I'm still resetting the smart pointer on the scroll, and then I'm just letting the I'm just setting the shared pointer to the description, setting that to just null pointer, and just letting it lie. Thank you, nature. Appreciate the lurk, man. But anyways, the reason I bring it up is because I'm just like a little worried that there's still some like heap memory issue somewhere floating around in my code. Makes me nervous. I need to get that deleker program, but it was like $150 for like the license for it, but it probably could detect any problems like that, so probably need to get it or try to get another trial. Oh, it's always something, guys. That's why today I'm just like happy to do some not code but pixel art for a little bit, kind of chill off the code, because like past 5 days I wrote like a good 1,000 lines of code, and it's just time to relax and do some leaves, some nature. Go for that calm aesthetic. What's up, Slav guy? Crazy to watch. Little by little. Just trying to polish it, you know. Been drawing this background. I did a like revamp probably about a month ago to the backgrounds. Was going for like a bit of a new aesthetic, and then now I'm just trying to double down on it and polish it harder by removing detail, adding a little more it's like containing detail, moving unnecessary detail, stuff like that. It's a process. What's up, Linux? What's the difference between stack and heap allocation? I was having heap memory issues today, actually. I was just talking about it. So, as far as I understand it, the heap is more of it's actually okay, so like the stack is where your functions lie, I believe. I might have them backwards, but like the stack is like where when you run a function, or like you instantiate a variable within a function, you have a local scoped thing, that is going to be on your stack. And so the call stack is just like the running program. And the heap is when you pull memory, and you say like, I need this memory address, and you just save something to memory. And then you just use that memory from the stack whenever you kind of need to get to that. So heap is more like long term, and it's something you have to clear up later. But the call stack, you don't have to like necessarily clear it. If you put something into the local scope, it's just going to clear itself away as soon as that scope goes away. Does that make sense? So like when you put something on the heap, it's like something you want to hang on to for longer than I mean the stack. If you can keep stuff in the stack, it can be good. Hey, thanks for the follow. But whatever. Just all depends on what you're doing. They're both good. Oh my. Jackie Codes, thank you so much for the raid. What's going on, guys? Let me show you what I'm working on here. I'm working on background stuff. What's up, Practical? Hey! Frumius, what's going on? Jackie, how you doing? How's your stream? Guys, check out Jackie. Solid programmer and a cool lady. Oh, don't forget to stretch. Yeah. Doing some hard focus right now. But welcome in, guys. I am coding a tower defense game called Woods of War, and can show you what I got right now. So it's a two-dimensional game where you have enemies coming from the left and the right, and this is the old background. I'm currently revamping it, and I don't have it dealing the initial 3 cards, so I have to manually deal myself these cards. But you start with 3 cards, and then you start laying them down on the different nodes and attacking the enemies. And if they attack the tree directly, you die. So essentially, whoops, you've got to put up the defenses within the cards that you get and try to make it work. And right now I'm dead. I just died. I'm dead. Oh no. But I don't have the game over screen yet, so that's will change everything. So the fact that he's turning for that shot is weird. Okay, let's kill this dragon. You can like upgrade stuff directly. The first upgrade is the same as the card. Actually, it's a little more expensive than the card if you want to. But if you have like the same card repeated, you can use that to upgrade for a little bit cheaper. And yeah, so you also have like AoEs, which you earn by killing dudes, and use that to also fight back. Oh. I gotta fix that. What's that happening? I just like implemented the like new card system, so like it's a little faulty there. Need to fix that. Anyways, I'm coding it from scratch, so it's you know, it's a process. Such a good pixel artist. Thank you. Appreciate that. 2D TD games are really in vogue right now. I hope so. So beautiful. Thank you, Jackie. Appreciate the raid. Hope you had a good stream. What were you guys up to today? I'm actually going to build and see if I can duplicate that card stretching issue. I don't know what that was, so let's try to duplicate it and then fix the damn thing.
Come on.
So I'll build the game and put it in debug mode. Titus grown, thank you for the follow, and Pierre Vonder, thank you for the follow as well. So yeah, like I've also been really pushing to get the background. As you can see, I'm doing like more of a simplification to the background, trying to make it more just distilled into something more aesthetically chill. A lot more visual rest, so I have to like redo the waterfall animation and put like a Perlin noise distortion on the water still. But aside from that, still like reworking this backdrop in the. We were working on the far backdrop here. So let's hide the waterfall, and then we hide this one. So we're working on this layer right now, just adding leaves to it. All right, I'm gonna see if I can duplicate that card stretching issue. What the hell was that? And if I can, then I will try to debug it. Oh, I'm starting to get segmentation faults in random places right now. I think I have some sort of heap allocation issue that is causing issue. And let me see. We have the small version. So right now in the code, I've been getting these all morning, and I'm not sure what I did to set it off. But let's see, what's the allocation issue now? Why is it pushing to 23? What the hell? This is in the adjust card. Am I moving right now? Oh, so the animation during the move. Got to step away from the computer. Understandable. Go rest. Han Jun, thank you for the follow as well. Thank you again, Jackie. I really appreciate it. Rest well, my friend. Get some water. Run around. Let your mind rest after a long stream time. We're mainly going to be doing pixel art today. I just decided to debug this right now because I haven't been having this particular issue yet. So I'm glad I caught it. So here, why would that be different? Why am I assuming that that is... Oh, that's just trying to claim... I was trying to be more efficient when I ran the move. I don't know if I need to do this though. So if I was going to repair this, let's see. So basically, so the new Y, we want to base that off of the current primary index. You know what though? This is like trying to predict the precise frames that you would see during the move. And I think if I just eliminate that and just update them all, it's a little heavier but on the processing, but I think I'm just gonna go for it. So let's build, let's see if that causes issue. And we're gonna keep making leaves here. We're jumping back and forth, people. But yeah, the game is on Steam right now to wishlist, and I'm hoping to get a demo out in the next month or so. And this month has gone by super fast, unfortunately. I'm trying to make as much progress as I can, but in the last 5 days, I put in like 1,000 lines of code. So like I'm pushing hard, trying to get there. And I think I'm getting, you know, closer all the time. So, but trying to polish this background today. And then I'm hopefully going to get to the Meteor AoE animation. I also need to put in like a general screen shake function. Also make it optional. All right, let's see. Let's see if I get segmentation fault here with that. So when the card is coming in, I'm gonna move. Come in, come on, there it is. All right, seems fine. Now let's see if I can get that stretching issue to occur. I think initially I need to guarantee, like on the first deal, that you are guaranteed 2 cards for the tree. So that way you can at least cover the tree with 2 Arcana at the start. Because right now, like, I just lost because of that. And it's like not cool. Not cool, man.
Come on.
Derek, thank you for the follow. Well, I haven't seen the card stretch issue yet. Doing everything I can here to cause it. I hate freak intermittent bugs like that, you know? Like, I want a bug that's just gonna hammer in and just be just messed up all the time. That's like a temporary AoE animation there. I actually was working on the Meteor Strike animation a few streams ago, and it's starting to, it looks really cool. It needs a little bit of polish, but yeah, I can't duplicate this issue. It doesn't seem to be coming up again. Oh my god, it's so game over. Look at all these guys. Oh man. All right, the issue doesn't seem to be repeating itself, but here. Let me show you guys the Meteor animation since I brought it up. Oh, let's make sure we save this. And let's see. Meteor Storm with Rumble. So here is like what the Meteor AoE will look like. You call those bugs senior dev bugs? Oh no, we went on ads. Bugs that occur until you bring in a second set of eyes to look at it, and then suddenly they never appeared again. Yeah. I still make note of them though. Card stretch bug. It's almost as if the entire text layer was stretched. I try to stay on top of bugs, you know, as they arise. Anyways, that's the meteor strike. Let's get back to some BG stuff here. This is really the last layer here. Yeah, I'm just like jumping around like crazy today. But I was hoping that I could get to that meteor animation and finish it up, because like part of the tail gets cut off at the top because I moved the animation around a little bit, so I gotta fix that. And then we actually have to cut it up and put it into the game. Yeah. Sometimes I feel like I see bugs in the this running the exe straight up that don't show up when I debug it, which is strange to me, because I feel like, why would you see potentially, you know, I don't think there's an actual correlation though. I'm just like, just feels, it just always feels that way. Like whenever you're presenting your project, you always get the weirdest bugs that you have never seen once in the thousands of times you've run the game until you're showing people. But such is life. Just note them, then try to replicate them later. But I really think I'm probably gonna like have to put in for that deleker program that like looks through your C++ and detects memory leaks and stuff, because there's got to be some sort of like heap memory issue or something. That's why I'm getting kind of strange bugs, you know, because I think when you are using memory incorrectly, that's when you get like weird behavior, undefined behavior.
Come on.
Stung, thank you for the follow. Appreciate it. You wrote a script that would take about like 300 hours of work out of our yearly cycle. Tested it day and night for a month and never had any issues. The day I presented it to the management, it was only the only day it didn't work. Maybe you like, I mean, you know how it is. Like like I said, the past 5 days, I added 1,000 lines of code. I didn't stream on Friday or Monday. And I'd spent the time I was reworking this background, and I was doing those 1,000 lines of code. And when you do that, like a massive amount of code, there's bound to be mistakes, you know? And I just have to vet my my code a little deeper, the new stuff. So I'd imagine what you ended up doing was like excitedly adding additional line of code or something like that, or rushed something because you're just like, oh yeah, we also got to get this in, because you're like nervous for presenting. So you're kind of like a little scatterbrained about it in the moment. But I know exactly how you're feeling though. You know, I worked as a front-end developer for 20 years, and when you like, you're about to present something to a client and or even your team, and you're just like, the fuck, why won't it work now? It's because you're here. I just always blame it on, you know, management or maybe the client. Like, it's your fault. You guys are just too ugly and they just scared my code. So fuck you. Get out of the room. I don't know. Classic demo gremlins. Yeah, pretty much. I honestly don't even, like, I don't care at this point, you know? I'm like, yeah, that happens. We got to definitely note it and then try to duplicate it. Because I'm not using a game engine. I'm writing the game from scratch. So everything that's wrong with the game is my own fault. It's all on me, man. I look far too young to have done anything for 20 years. Well, believe it. I got a bachelor's in media arts and animation, and afterwards started in a programming career doing front end. I actually did Flash development for 10 years and then went into full stack development, PHP, stuff like that. Just front end nonsense. And now I'm trying to break into C++ because I want to do games again like I did when I was a Flash developer. I made Flash games for so long, and it was the best time of my career. So much fun. What was especially fun about making Flash games was that you're working on a game that, like, is meant to be a tiny game, you know, that you can release. It doesn't take like years and years to develop. It's like something, it's meant to be done in just a matter of like a month or whatever. And so you end up doing a lot of different games and you're just always doing something different, and it's really fun. It's really sad that it died. They killed it. The glory days of the internet. Yeah. That was best part of my career, man. Because it was the funnest. I still did a few games here and there with JavaScript, but it just wasn't the same, you know, working in Canvas, and mostly it was just like Angular site, like presentation quiz type crap. It wasn't actual like interactive like game, you know. It wasn't the same, man. Wasn't the same. Whoops. Fill it. But here I am developing kind of this like mini game, but giving it some more girth, you know. But you can see how like I hail from like a Flash game background with this card game, because it's kind of like a chill game. Not a huge scope, because I've already been working on it for a year, and it's like I chose it because it was a smaller scope, and yet I'm still finding ways to just work on it for so long. But I'm really trying to avoid, I want it to be done this year and not be like something I'm working on for more than 2 years, basically. And then I want to move on and make a horror game, which will probably take me like another 2 years, so... But that's what you'll see me doing here, streaming Mondays, Wednesdays, and Fridays usually. Just trying to make these games, make it happen. Don't you miss how great and crazy Flash games looked, considering the tech at the time? Yeah, man, it was a good time. Like, you know, everything was basically vector looking. C++ definitely is my preference too. Well, I was like traumatized with ActionScript being stolen away from me, and it was a fun, simple, like high-end language. And I said, to myself, I want to get back into developing games, but I want something that isn't just going to like evaporate, you know? And using a game engine made me nervous too, because like, you know, it's like, look what happened with Unity, how they decided, oh, we're just going to do install fees now. And everyone was like, oh, fuck, you know, like, and you never know when like the engine behind the company is going to collapse or do something greedy and weird and ruin everything. Or, you know, you could use something like Godot, and which is probably, you know, it's open source, is probably going to stick around for longer. So there's still ways you can use engines intelligently, but like I said, it was a trauma response for me. I just wanted to use something that was going to stick around, and that was C++. They may replace C++ someday, but I bet you C++ is still going to be out there when it's replaced by something, which already seems like it's getting replaced by Python, but I just said, fuck it. I want to learn it. I want to be C++er. And I want to make my games from scratch like I used to with my Flash games. And so far, my game's been pretty stable. What the hell even is this little leaf? I don't even want this leaf anymore. I'm going to kill this leaf. It's essentially all I've been doing today, which is just like removing details to try to simplify. And a lot of this stuff, a lot of these like this bushes in the back here aren't even going to be seen. But I want to add one more tone of leaf on these. Just to round it out. Zig or Rust are the two that I've seen people argue is replacing C++. Though they have their own pros and cons, while Python is pretty good for automation scripting. I've just seen Python is like increased in popularity. You know, it's a matter of who's using what, and everyone's using JavaScript because it's easy. Very like not very heavily linted language. You can get away with murder in JavaScript, and Python, it just seems like it's really popular. You know, go by what the people are using, and I don't know. It seems like Rust has been around for a while, but doesn't seem like it is replacing anything. Not great when you need speed, though. Really? I guess C++ is pretty good for that. It's kind of like Java. It will be dying dead for years and still being used daily around the world because it has been used so much that transitioning away is too much work. Well, it's true. I mean, like, what? All our operating systems are already using it. So I guess I'll just make my own leaf here. No. No. Leaves and leaves, making leaves, making lots of leaves. So that's my point. C++ is a safe bet if you want something that isn't just going to become obsolete overnight. It's like going to take a lot to kill C++, and that's what I like about it. It's kind of a relic, but it's still useful and used all the time in current games, you know? The only thing that is going to change about my code base when I move into the next game is I'll definitely be switching to SDL3. The only reason I haven't yet is because the TTF and the image extensions haven't been updated yet. I did do like an SDL3 pass on my game to get like the basic support. You know, they changed like the render copies to like render text or something, texture. I think they changed a few things around and they made everything floats. So I guess everything's going to be like sub-pixel rendering now. But again, I'm already using the TTF in the image everywhere and I could not get it to compile into the project. So it's just on a branch. I'm probably going to stick with SDL2 throughout the rest of the project. And then for the next game, we'll switch to SDL3 when it's gotten those additional packages supported. There's already like a version of the image and TTF that are supported, apparently. I just wasn't able to, like, I didn't have like the linkage files that I was able to use like SDL2 has. So like, I couldn't figure out how to compile it. Bane of my existence, setting up environments, getting them to compile. So I just said, fuck it. Until it's like, just till they give me the link files. Instead of trying to figure out how to like generate them or anything, I just said, until they provide them for me, I'm not going to worry about this. So anyways, that change will likely come at some point. I don't know if it'll be in this game though. It'll just be in the next game for sure. Because this is like the start of the engine that I'll be using in the next game as well. So I gotta try to make this one as stable as possible. Compiled languages will always be faster than interpreted ones. I see. SDL might go away. The damage it would cause. What do you mean? Why would it go away? They're just coming out with SDL3. What have you heard? I was like starting to look into OpenGL like slightly as another option as well. You know, to get deeper into like shaders. But OpenGL is crazy. Crazy complicated. I got like a basic demo working and then I just couldn't refine it at all. But I was trying to like find ways to do different image scaling, render scaling to the pixel art that I'm doing. So that's why I was looking into it, but I'm not there yet. Because supposedly in OpenGL you can apply certain shaders and have an easier time like scaling and moving pixel art around while maintaining its sharpness. Which intrigued me. But I've like since found ways around it. You know, working within the limitations. It's part of what makes pixel art interesting. Ba-ba-da-ba-da-ba-dum.
Come on.
Pass Pro, thank you for the Pass Pro. Appreciate the follow. Welcome in. Let's darken you. Darken. And darken you slightly. These are background leaves that are really just going to barely poke through, so they don't need to be super bright and apparent. Getting into like tertiary detail here. I'm looking forward to writing dialogue for the game. I need to get the dialogue system in so I can start doing that. I've already got the portraits done, but yeah, I haven't coded it at all or even cut the assets, but mainly just trying to get enough material together to get a trailer for the game. Get the demo out. It's a process. Do you also do the music for your game? Yeah, I do actually, and I've been working on the main theme. Been coming up with some different parts. I just jam on the piano every now and then and try to like write little parts for it. But I'm yet to like put it together in FL Studio. Yeah, just yesterday I wrote like this fun little bass line with a like arpeggio part over it. And I'm hoping that it goes with like the main riff that I came up with. But I'm just trying to go for like kind of a classic fantasy theme for the music. But with like a bit of a war energy, slightly more fantastical with like a slight like warring energy. So it's impossible to describe music. I'm sorry. It's the thoughts going through my head. It's just the first song that I've come up with for the game, and I'm just going to produce it. I'm not sure if I even will like it in the end. And I think that's just the way you just got to put music out there, like put it down on paper basically, and just see how it feels, you know, when it's all said and done. But I think it's an interesting start. What I'm really trying to go for is like Final Fantasy A2 tactics. That OST is one of my favorites, so I'm kind of going for that. What's up, We Leave Tonight? How you doing? You know the part that goes bee woo wop boo bop ba da bop? Yeah, exactly. Bee da boo bop bop. Yeah, it's gonna come in with a little bit of a shbee da bop, shnibbity beep beep. Exactly. You get it. I'm actually like a guitar player. Been playing guitar for a good 30 years. And the majority of my songwriting has been done in the past on guitar, but I'm writing this one mainly on the piano.
Come on.
I'm not really thinking in guitar terms. Relicker, thank you for the follow. Welcome in, man. Jack's back. Scatman gang. That's right. As the younger generations call it skibbity riz. I do what I can. Music starts from somewhere, man. Bam, bam, ba, da, bam, da, 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 down, da, da, down. Really feel like the music is the hardest part of the game developing to learn if you have no basis. What's up, Vanch? I've written and collaborated in bands a lot in my life. So I've written a lot of music. I've been in the music studio a number of times. I've recorded many albums. And I've also like goofed off writing music in GarageBand a lot. And that's kind of where I gained the confidence to make like video game music. I'm just like, I'm not the ultimate music producer, like sound engineer, but I can write a tune and I can do like a halfway decent mix, and so that's fine. So I'm just going for it. I may just have to pay for mastering or something potentially. But then I might just master it myself. Who knows? All right, we got two tones on these leaves. The leaves are barely going to poke through. So let's see. We need to put a stroke on everything. Okay, so I'm going to use a ridiculous color to put a stroke on everything, and then we'll go through and colorize the stroke as we need to. Chapow! Maybe something not so intense, but we'll make it like a different color. Milk is probably the most commissionable part of the game, at least. I don't think you're wrong about that. But unfortunately, as a musician, I feel compelled to do it. Which is like asking a lot of myself, and it definitely makes me nervous, but also excited. I enjoy writing tunes, so best thing about doing everything yourself is that it's yours, you know? But to be honest, I don't think I'll necessarily write all the music for it. But the main like theme and maybe like one other song is probably what I'll do at the very least. Like I'm not opposed to using a little bit of like additional stuff, but we'll see. All right, now let's select the yellow again. I can actually do it. Give me the yellow. Let's go for a dark color here. Thanks, Vander. It really does. I mean, anyone who's making games has to be well versed in a number of things. And even if, like, for instance, you're not an artist, but you're a programmer, you still have to have some sort of aesthetic sensibility, you know, to pull it together. Because even if you're, like, going to outsource the look of your game, you still need to be like, that's the artist I want to hire, you know, and, like, figure out the look of it, the feel of it. So no matter what, like, even if you don't have the skill per se, you have to have, like, at least some design sense. And I just think in general, like, you got to know a little bit of everything to be a game dev. Well, solo game dev, you know? If you're just working on, like, a AAA team or something, you probably could just be mediocre at stuff, but... mediocre. Like, I have confidence that I can do the things that I'm setting out to do, but it's a matter of, can I do it all myself? And there'll definitely be things that I outsource a little bit. Because you have to be realistic at a certain point. But it's like, if I had all the time in the world, then I could certainly do most every aspect. But can I do it effectively? That's a whole other question. That's a whole other thing. Because on top of, I think the hardest part is the self-critique. Because, like, when you initially do something, you're just like, you do it because you think it's the right thing. But then it takes a while for you to kind of gain space, time away from that art piece or, you know, that code, for you to then come back and be like, yeah, this doesn't feel right. Because when you're in it, it's just much harder to like know that you're doing the wrong thing in that moment. And I think that's probably the hardest part, honestly. What came first, C++ or pixel art? I would say they kind of came hand in hand, really, because I was migrating into digital art while I was learning C++. And naturally, the digital art converted into pixel art, you know? So at first I was getting used to drawing on a Wacom, doing normal, like Clip Studio Paint art. Like the picture you see above where, you know, it says Woods of War. I did the logo and I did like the orc and the elf fighting. And I'm thinking now that I want to redo the capsule art to reflect like a pixel art more. Cause I don't know. I want to experiment and see what people respond to more. Whether if I put like make the pixel art more forward, or if I do something with like digital. I think it's pretty common practice that games are represented, like pixel art games are represented with digital art. And so I don't think there's anything wrong with it, but I'm just wondering if I wouldn't have like slightly more appeal capturing people who are interested in pixel art more if I had like a pixel art capsule art. So it's one of those things I want to like put that together and put out two different posts, you know, like one that has the digital art, one that has the pixel art, and see which one does better. Because I don't know. So maybe the pixel art will be stronger, have a stronger presence. So I think the way that I would do it is for the pixel art cover, I would do something more oriented around the tree. Because right now I think I've gotten some feedback where people say when they see the orc and the elf clashing on the capsule art that they think the game is going to be more related to that you're going to play as them and not as like the tree. You know, it's a tower defense. The tower is the tree. And so I'm like, well, I probably need to try to make something that's more centered around the tree, you know? So I'm going to try two things. I'm going to try pixel art. I'm going to try centering it around the tree. It's just like, you know, you just test it out and see what markets better, see what people respond to more. Because you're trying to figure out, how do you market a game? What is appealing about this game? What's the most appealing aspect of it that I can push forward? And just trying to gain that experience, that wisdom. And I think the capsule art has done okay so far, but let's see if I can't increase the reach, you know? I think even in the AAA setting, being versed in other fields really helps with communication and inspiration. Oh yeah, for sure. Sometimes ideas can come from the most random things, even outside of the game day. Oh yeah, for sure. Yeah, I feel that, Vander. You really think you could never draw like this? Well, that's your first hurdle. Because, Eskimina, you need to be able to conquer the final boss, and the final boss is you, man. Because step one in getting good at art in general is being able to believe in yourself. You know? And start with philosophies like comparison is the thief of joy. We all know that. The only people you should be comparing yourself to is yourself from 2 months ago. That's why you need to keep a sketch pad and keep things dated so that you can be like, I wonder how much progress I made in the last 6 months, and use that as a basis. For your motivation. Because if you're improving in your own right, then it's like you're getting closer to your goal. Bang, 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 bang. Wow, wow. Okay, let's do, whoops, keep that. Let's do one of these. A little of this, a little of that. Oh shit. Damn window button. Two months ago, I was better at pixel art. Oh crap. Oh, then ask yourself what you were doing differently then that you're not doing now. Art really is something you have to keep up, because it's like a culmination of so much knowledge, especially if you're drawing humans or a more organic subject. It can be really complicated, like with the anatomy. So you gotta continually refresh and be on top of that knowledge. You know, you gotta nurture it. Use it or lose it. And there's like a terrible curse that comes with becoming an artist. As you're there's two sides of being an artist. There is the actual hand to eye coordination, you know, your ability to actually execute on ideas. And then there is your ability to observe mistakes and things that you know, proportions, different ways to draw things correctly. So your observation skills are a separate skill set that is evolving in its own right. And so with these two separate things, as one elevates, the other elevates. And it's just this constant kind of back and forth. So as your skill improves, like your coordination, you start to draw better stuff. But as you get used to it, and your ability to see what's wrong in your photos improve, you start to see the flaws easier. And you're always getting better on both sides. So you're always able to see what's wrong about your art. And the more of a master artist you become, the easier it is for you to like recognize what could be improved in your art. So the better you get, basically, the more you see how bad you are. That's the curse. So now you feel like you're bad, and it's only going to get more intense. And so you have to just get with it. You just have to be like, this is how it works. This is like how you get good, is you got to get with that feeling and then just keep going. Move with it. And I think along with it, I think it's important to be able to recognize things that you like about what you're doing as well. Keep nurturing that gratitude and to hang on to that. So even when you're like, observation skills are better, you're able to be like, yeah, that's good enough. That works. So that way you can still encourage yourself as well. You're not always tearing yourself apart. Because although critiquing yourself is important, it's also good to not completely discourage yourself by being like, you know, telling yourself that you're useless and everything you do is crap, you know. You'd be able to be like, man, I've come far and I just keep improving the more time I put into this. It's good for you, man. It's good. Let's see, what else do we need? I think we're about polished here. Just about. What's your playlist? Really digging the mood. It's a just video game guitar music by Lucas Gaetano family. Yeah, we're just vibing on some sweet acoustic jams today. Okay, let's see. Beconst, what's going on? What game do I make? I am making a game called Woods of War, and it's a tower defense deck builder game. And currently revamping the background art. But here's the game. Launch it for you. See if it'll run. The old art here. Art is in transition, so you initially start with 3 cards, and I don't have it currently working perfectly in terms of like what you need to initially be given for cards, but so you're going to be dealt cards as enemies start to like attack you. So with whatever arcana you're given, you need to be trying to maintain it, and you can also upgrade it directly. You'll be earning money right now. Like I've given myself like a ton of money, and I think normally you won't get that much. And you'll have to be earning money as you kill enemies. Oh no. Currently it's like really hard, so I need to make it probably a little easier. Die, you witch. You also get like these AoE cards when you kill enough dudes. This one attacks like all ground units. And then you can use like repeat cards to upgrade existing arcanas. And I'm going to be doing other stuff to like splice arcanas in the future. And I'm just trying to work towards the demo, getting the initial like Earth School of Magic built. And I only have about 10 cards right now, but I'd like to have about 50 cards in the end of the, when I'm all said and done, at least 50, if not more. And just see how well I can do getting it all together. What's the program you're using to make the art? It's called Sprite. So currently I want to work on Meteor Storm, the AoE for Meteor Storm today, a little bit more as well. But we also need to animate the waterfall, the new waterfall. Because right now I just have like a FPO for this right now. It's not the right art. Yeah, I made it so hard. I just like massive, just have tons of enemies here. I just wanted to like see how far I could push it to see how possible, like what's possible right now. And this is with infinite money and it's already hard, so it's likely that I'm gonna have to do more. So yeah, like I just recently, this past 5 days, I was adding the card system into the 960 by 540 resolution. So now there's a little bit of subpixel rendering on the cards so that I don't have to redo the art for the cards in a small form. And it also makes the card on the cards look like nicer when it scales down. But I also made it so that like the outside of the cards are actually still look like they're the single pixel relative to everything else on the screen. And so like the card system still needs to be like, I need to do more to make it easier to use because it's a little bit clunky right now. I think I could do some more things to smooth it out. Like I think when the cards are dealt in, they need to not interrupt. And then I also was going to make also the special cards, like the 3 card select, an optional thing so that when you earn it, you can select when you want to like actually redeem your special card so it doesn't interrupt your gameplay. So there's some stuff I need to kind of rework a little bit. Oh shit, fuck. I'm actually surviving here because I have infinite money, so oh shit, no, never mind, I just lost. I don't have a game over screen yet, but I actually technically just lost. Anyways, Nisso, thank you for the follow. So let's see. As for the background art, I think we're good to go. I did the changes that I wanted to make. And let me actually look over my list here, see if there's anything else. Okay, we did this. Did that. Did that. Did that. Yes. Yes. There's one thing we didn't do yet. I was thinking I need to make the trees match the red of the main bark a little bit more. I like that it kind of sticks out, but like, I think the logic I had initially was that it was like fading back into fog, and I think we can still maintain that, but we need to still make it kind of a matching red. Definitely don't like that. So I guess we'll just go for a hue shift. Alright, so for the forward, probably try to do the same hue shift. Let's see. Write that down. So just a little bit more on par with the original tree there. Let's get to the next trees.
Come on.
Well, Boombo, thank you for the follow. Welcome in. I hope you enjoy your stay. Okay, so we gotta select all the bark somehow. Might be a weird question, but do you have any weird A-Sprite tip shortcut or workflow you absolutely cannot live without now that you know it? What's up, Volbumbo? Nice chill playlist. Thanks, man. Any tips on starting out at pixel art? So in terms of tips for A-Sprite, I'm actually going to be posting a tips either short or video, probably a video on YouTube, and then like a short on TikTok as well. And I'll be like showing examples of stuff that's really helpful. Stuff that isn't obvious, but that's to come. That's something I've been planning on for a while. So I'll definitely get around to that. Let's see. I've certainly picked some stuff up because like I've tried to, when you spend enough time in a program, you start to improve your workflow, and I think I have some general stuff that could be helpful, especially for people starting out. As for tips on starting out on pixel art, just do things that you love, you know, like find pixel artists that you like how they do things and try to emulate it and understand how they constructed what they constructed. I think we can add a little bit more detail on this dirt. long time ago, I went to Comic-Con, back when Comic-Con was about actual comics, and like the real celebrities there were comic book artists. And I remember showing my my sketchbook to one of my favorite artists, Joe Mad, and tips that he gave me was like, you know, don't be afraid to like trace things, like pull out your newspaper or just magazines, random things, and trace like anatomy and become familiar with how things just work through that. And you can do the same thing with other people's art, like literally just trace the art and try to break it down into like basic shapes and figure it out. Like figure out the formula to like what they're doing and how it overall it works, you know? I also showed him a picture of a character that he created called Red Monica. And it's just this like bodacious babe, big, huge tits. And he was just like, it's pretty good. You need to make the tits bigger. I think I was like 14 at the time. I was like, okay, Thur. Yes, Thur. Of course. How could I have forgotten? Of course, that's exactly how I talked. The hardest thing for me in pixel art is, for example, making lines that are neither horizontal nor vertical. If you're making a tower, you have a difficulty, no problems. If I do it seen from the front, yeah, so I think in terms of using diagonals that aren't exactly perfect patterns, you want to be consistent, you know, especially if you're running parallel lines. Make sure the parallel lines have the same kind of disheveled line, and it'll pass visual inspection, you know? Like, you don't have to have perfectly straight lines on everything, but you could make it a point that everything you do is kind of locked into like rigid structures. And there's a lot you can do to get away with that. But I know exactly what you're talking about. I think in general in pixel art, you want to pick like a consistent pattern with your lines. And, you know, there's basic formulas that go into things. I mean, when you're doing like a curve, you want to make sure that you don't skip like a certain pattern. You know, you don't want to go from like 2 block to like a 3 block to then a 2 block and a 1 block. You want it to be like cumulative, like goes from like 3 to 2 to 1, and maintaining that pattern throughout generally will give consistent looking curves. And in terms of hitting that right diagonal though, yeah, you just have to like do your best judgment. The worst is when you create like the thorn blade I made, the sword, it actually is like tilted out so that like it's not like a straight up and down sword. So like getting that tilt out, especially when I'm putting the sword at an angle, is really difficult. It's a real pain in the ass.
Come on. Come on.
Colin, thank you for the follow, and Thoromir, thank you also. Thanks for welcome in. Bam, ba, dam, ba, dam, bam, bam. So I was thinking for the water, I definitely want to have some sort of like white water, something on top. I don't know. I don't know if I want to use like a direct reflection or not. I need to update the reflection. That's like old art. Thank you, Colin. I appreciate that. Yeah, don't sweat it. Take care of your daughter. I think maybe we need to redo this reflection. I mean, we definitely do. If I'm gonna go with it. Alternatively, I could do something more general, like just do kind of like a shadowy shadow look and then distort that. So if I was going to do something like that, this up with reflections. Just simple reflections. Yeah, Thoromir, let me show you what the I need to adapt the waterfall to the new shape, but this is what the waterfall animation is going to look like. So there will be like foam and stuff, but I have to redo it to fit the new rock formation. But that's like the style of waterfall that I like. This was the last waterfall I did, so I'm going to try to use this animation as much as I can, but it's going to get we're going to have to take it apart a little bit. So right now I'm just trying to create the underneath, you know, the supporting texture underneath, you know.
on.
Yeah, I was trying to contemplate whether I was going to work on the waterfall today or the meteor strike animation, and I'm on the fence. They are both vital. And in the end, we'll get done, so it doesn't really matter which I choose. Tweechy me, thank you for the follow. Foamily with beer. Yeah, there you go. Very different moods. Different modes. Yeah, the old water look, it's like darker, and we're definitely getting into like a lighter, more simple mood. I wanted lighter. I just wanted overall the thing to be kind of chill, and that was like the prior look, you know. I actually might even have like the older design of the waterfall, which is even lighter than that. So we got different flavors here. Kind of shows you how many times I've done this. I've redone this art a lot to try to find the right color and vibe, and I'm really not deviating too heavily. I did want to get away from the dark rock and come back to like a lighter rock, but I ended up making the rocks still kind of like a red hue to go with the dirt a little bit, but I still made it a little bit lighter, a little desaturated. And the water, I'm thinking I want to go with something simple. One thing is for sure is I like the goopy, the globby style of the look of the animation. So that's not going to change. It's just a matter of having it shape around the new rock formation. So. Oh, you're talking about the waterfall versus the meteor strike? Well, let me show you the meteor strike since we talked about it. I showed it earlier, but let's show it again. right after I finish some of this cleanup here.
Come on.
I'm going for like the shadowy feel for the reflection this time because I want things to kind of be very distilled. I don't want it to be perfect reality, like a perfect reflection of a realistic kind of a thing. But Callie, thank you for the follow. All right, so Meteor Strike. It's got a nice meteor background. And then the big old meteor coming in, crashing in. There's going to be another meteor size as well, like a medium size one. So this is like the big one. And so then there'll be multiple of these crashing across the screen for this special. But yeah, that's definitely a different mood than waterfall and background stuff. We're just jumping around, man. In the end, I'll try to put like a script on this this water texture to make it flow around, you know, look more liquidy. So it's not, I don't have to make these like perfectly straight or anything. Just make them vibe. Give like a hint of reflection. I don't think we're ever gonna see that anyways. Oh, this stuff's too low. Need to bring the grass back. I'm really going too far. That shit's not even gonna be seen. Let's do this layer. Let's see. bum, 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 bum. Yeah, I'm probably gonna have to just redo the whole waterfall. Just crazy. Like in terms of animating the animated bits, I'll try to salvage some of the old animation a little bit, like the base of it, and I'll probably be able to use some of it. But for the most part, I'm gonna probably be having to redo it. It'd be interesting to like do a fresh pass on it, but I don't want to completely redo it. I like the vibe of it, so I just try to vibe with what's there as best I can. I'm gonna change the vibe a little bit. Just a little.
Come on.
Thanks for the follow, Adder. Welcome in.
Come on.
Demon Slayer, thank you for the follow. What's up, Cool Coden? Yeah, I am. I'm up in the daytime. Unusual time for me to stream, indeed. Poyraz, thank you for the follow. Welcome in. all-rounded in your skills. You're an artist and a coder. Indeed, I am. I do a lot of different things. This I cannot deny. Yeah, C++ rocks. I like it. Though I was having some heap memory issues today. Some weird bugs today. Need to get myself deleaker. See if there's any leaks. Mainly, I think I sorted it. I think it was just a destructor misalignment. Deleting smart pointers before certain things were done with it. At least that's my hope. That was all it was. Me hopes, me hopes. So many pretty leaves, yes. I am both. I'm both right and left side brain. It all goes together, you know? In the end, art has its framework. It's a good point, Adder. Making games is the funniest way to code. Yeah, I think the most interesting thing about making games is that everything, you're trying to make everything interactive and everything a little bit above and beyond, you know? And it's this like Herculean effort that goes into it, all so that someone can just kick back and like really chill and enjoy your thing. It's kind of funny. QBasic? Damn, son. what was it? The guy from Roller Coaster Tycoon, the developer, was like, there's no way that I'm going to be able to get this thing to run without writing assembly. Dude wrote assembly. The whole thing in assembly. Just to make it work. Be optimized. You guys think I'm crazy. That guy is crazy. Specific implementation of spreadsheets was pretty revolutionary at the time as well. Nutty. And on the other hand, people are making pseudo 3D levels in Geometry Dash. I haven't heard of this Geometry Dash. Yeah, people love that 3D stuff. I think a lot of individuals believe that they need to do 3D if they don't have like artistic ability, and then they get a rude awakening that 3D might even be harder because you're dealing with everything from every angle. I mean, just imagine 3D modeling something that you got from concept art, but then you gotta like work on an angle that isn't represented in the concept art. You gotta figure it out. Make it make sense. It's a 2D rhythm platformer game with a built-in level editor. That's intense. I suppose if you start with a level editor, it's going to be easier to make the game overall, probably. Plus there's those individuals out there that love to get their hands on that and make their own version of the game.
Come on.
Prof, thank you for the follow. Welcome in. Nice to see a C++ game dev with which graphics API. I'm using STL2. Not yet ready for STL3. Yeah, it's been good. Good so far.
Come on.
Eastkey, thank you for the follow. Welcome, welcome. The meteor, damn awesome work. Thank you. It's work in progress. Got to add another meteor and then clean up the tail a little bit. But it's really close. What's up, Merculo? You can ask me a question. Go ahead. What's up, Orshi? Yo, look, it's Orshi. You're stuck on an e-commerce website you've been working on for a long time. I don't know. I think there's a certain satisfaction in completing things. Motivation can come from all kinds of things. For me, it's I just want to get this game done so I can move on to the next game, but I'm really enjoying how it's helping me evolve as an artist, and helping me like learn more about networking, marketing, and more about like C++. So it's like the whole learning aspect of it keeps it very interesting for me. And who knows what'll happen, from one day to the next. And I like it when it's a nice cold day and I can bundle up in a pile of blankets, pull out my iPad and my laptop and just work on stuff, watch movies, drink something warm. Just enjoy that sort of thing, I guess. Very much a house cat. And I think another thing that's brings balance to the process is you gotta exercise. You gotta get up. You gotta get your heart rate up, and definitely maintain good hygiene and stuff. Have good what do they call it, sleep hygiene, as they say. So good rest, make sure you feel comfortable. So yeah, just good balance in your life, good mental health. Take care of your keep your environment clean. So I find like when you don't feel motivated, the best thing you can probably do is you can do little like procrastination tasks. Ugh, balanced lifestyle? That's right, Jack. Just balance on one foot. Day in and day out. But yeah, like procrastination task, like cleaning your room or cleaning your work environment, or doing the dishes, taking a shower, little things to help bring balance into your life. Because sometimes we feel like burnt out because we feel behind on our life, I've also worked as a programmer for a large portion of my life. So I kind of know what the deal is. I know what to expect. And I know when a project is actually progressing steadily or not. So I think that can be another aspect, is like, if you don't feel like you're progressing, that can be demotivating for sure. Is it enough just to say it's complicated? But I'll tell you, like, the foundation of motivation. The one fact that we can all agree on. And that is, you're never going to will yourself into motivation. Motivation comes from doing. I remember hearing, I don't know where I heard this from, but it was like from like probably a game dev or an artist or something, how I think it was actually someone talking about another artist that was really professional, really good, had a lot of integrity, but on paper they weren't all that talented. And when asked about this, like, how is your stuff so good, and they said, all I ever do is I just, no matter what, I just continue showing up. It's like someone showing up to the gym, you know, all you got to do is show up. A lot of times all you got to do is show up and just start working and just keep iterating the problem and don't stop. Usually, you know, if something sucks, it's because you stopped too soon. But if you just show up and you just start on something, the motivation will come. And the more you, and the reason why I bring up like hygiene and cleaning your room and your environment and stuff like that, the more you kind of clear that karma, the more that stuff gets out of the way, so that when motivation strikes, you're just like streamlined at that point. You're welcome, Markilo. I hope it helped. Food for thought. In the whole discipline of habit parts, you're not hacking through. Well, just keep showing up and work on the things that interest you most. Or I think a good hack to when you're working on something that there's a lot of tasks that you don't want to do, pick the easiest task first. Give yourself some low-hanging fruit, and by the act of completing a simple task, you'll motivate yourself to start working on something a little more heavy. Other people take the opposite approach. You know, you wake up in the morning, first 4 hours of your day are typically your most productive. And it's because you wake up with like all this cortisol. Your body gives you all this hormone to like get up and have energy. That's why you don't really need to eat breakfast. You have enough energy in the morning to kind of get up and go. And some people like to take that morning energy and just put it straight into like the hardest task initially. And if you're really procrastinating, then just pick something simple to get your little toe in the door. Just your little fat toe in that little door. 50% of success is just showing up, pretty much. The other 50% is showing love. I think finding gratitude, I think that was probably the single most significant thing a therapist had ever told me. And I've been in therapy like twice in my life. And both times I had a therapist, I sat down with them and I literally just said, please tell me like the tools. Give me like ways to like work on shit and make things better. I wasn't just, if you just go to a therapist to vent, to ruminate, you're not going to get shit done. You can just do that to your journal. You don't need a therapist for that. So I go to a therapist, I'm like, what are techniques to kind of deal with things? And they're like, one thing you should do every day before you go to bed is list like 5 things. It could be it's arbitrary. It doesn't matter how many, but like say it's like 5 things in the day that you were grateful for every single day. And so you start flexing your ability to, for gratitude. And the more you live in gratitude, the more you start to even appreciate the suffering in your life, and you learn to see the power in that. And you can find crazy hacks through just gratitude alone to motivate yourself to do very tedious and difficult things. Oxido, how you doing? Welcome in. Another non-breakfast eater, give me 5. I love breakfast. I just try not to eat during that morning motivation. That 4 hours of just like pure focus. Because I wake up and it's like I got that full energy and I can just sit down and my focus is like at a 10, it's at a 12. I just sit and I lock in and I'll just work for like 4 hours straight. And then I'll get a little hungry. And so I'll get up and I'll have my breakfast. And so it's kind of like a way to extend, the sleep time fast, basically. And so you're kind of tearing through your glycogen stores as well as, just getting shit done. Because as soon as I eat, I immediately start to like get sluggish, and because that's just the nature of like the insulin and how your body generally works. And so just waking up and going on that like fasted like cortisol kick, that's just the ultimate focus. So 4 hours of the beginning of every single day, you should pick your most difficult tasks that require the most motivation. And then for me, I tend to do art towards the latter half of the day because it's more relaxing. It's more, it's something that just doesn't require like a great deal of focus. Like you're not trying to critically think, you're just flowing and trying to make shit look cool. It's just a lighter energy. Or she knows all about it. Breakfast isn't the most important meal. You wake up with like all the correct amount of cortisol in your system to like fuel you to get your day started. That's how you wake up. But marketers decided, hey, we're not selling enough breakfast meats or we're not selling eggs. And so they just, back in the day, were like, let's make people think that breakfast is really vital and that they need to buy more shit. But I will say that breakfast foods are like the best foods. I really love breakfast. Like it's so good. I just don't think you need to eat it right in the morning, right when you wake up, you're good to go for like definitely several hours. Gratitude is great. Is great to clean negativity. I like that. That's interesting. Yeah, it's like clearing your cobwebs, as they say. You're trying now to work with your beliefs about yourself, about life. Yeah, I mean, gratitude is a great foundation to learning to love yourself, Gratitude is like basically the foundation to good mental health. 100%. You learn how to be grateful, even for things when you're feeling uncomfortable. If there's something that you can be grateful for in that moment, that's the ultimate power to true peace. and the other is overriding your nervous system, anytime you want, tapping into the parasympathetic nervous system just by breathing deeply in and out like 20, 30 times in a row, get a little lightheaded from the extra oxygen flowing into your system, you will chill your body out anytime you want. You literally have like control over your body anytime you want. Anytime you have anxiety, you just breathe it out and you're good. Some people do like the timed breathing, like, you know, 4-minute inhale, 7-minute exhale, not minute, second. A 4-second inhale, a 3-hour exhale, whatever you want. That stuff can work. I find that completely exhaling entirely and then all the way in through your mouth is just like, it only takes like 20 seconds and you're in. You're an old man now too. Many carbs puts the food coma. Yeah. 3 meals a day thing is such BS, at least for my body. I agree. I generally have about like 2 meals a day. And I find that I'm like sharper when I don't snack and eat as much. Your body is very clever and it knows how to like always keep you at the same energy. That's why it's so hard to like lose weight, because it's always, even if you are at a deficit, it'll get used to the deficit and it'll like find a way to make it work. So it's like you always have to be like, in a way, like tricking your body. Admirin, how you doing, sir? How was the beach sprites coming along? You only eat 1 meal a day, but it lasts from 9 a.m. to 9 p.m. Whatever makes you happy, man. Sometimes it's good to, like, if you're trying to do a deficit, I think it makes sense to, like, 1 day a week eat a little extra to remind your body that, like, you know, it just like reignites your metabolism, but like having your deficit days as well. Like there's balance, you know, you don't want to starve yourself. You just want to clear out like glycogen stores and stuff like that. You thought about the marketing thing from your point of view, living in the city, in the country where my parents live in the countryside. They couldn't afford to start working in the fields without eating breakfast. Well, I think it's another thing. If you have like a physical job and you know you're going to be burning a lot of calories, that's one thing. And if you're going to work and you know you're about to like onboard a lot of stress, that can be one thing. But just try it. Wake up and don't eat breakfast for like 4 hours. Spend like the first like 2 to 4 hours that you're awake just drinking water. And I guarantee you will not starve and die. In fact, you'll feel great. Love the meteor. Thanks, Admirin. Talsite going well. Still gotta do a bunch of stuff. Which, as always, dude. By the way, is that a new tree? This little guy, his name's Blinky. And Blinky here is always been, he's never changed. I just added a stroke to him on the left side here, but that's it. Like, I've been trying to, this is a new tree, a newer tree. I've been trying to simplify the background and kind of take detail out. I did add a few like dead leaves though at the base of the tree earlier. Get a little few leaves in there. Where are those rays? Got some strays here. Got some strays here. Thought I saw some other strays. So let's bring back. Let's see. We gotta do Forest 1. And yeah, there we go. Yeah. Just trying to polish the backgrounds, and by the biggest way of polishing is just like stripping away detail and try to make it more retro, you know, like by simplifying, because I have like a tendency to really go gung-ho with details, and so it's like, you know, gotta chill it out. Sounds good, Admiral. Do your thing. Zoom out with cinematic. Yeah, it's gonna be like the intro, as it like the idea for the intro and the just like cinematic moment. We start up in the sky, and the clouds are moving gently, and we're just kind of scrolling down, and all the leaves are animated and moving around, and actually, I think it'll be a little bit more zoomed out here. I can't get exact. It's like kind of cut off because like the way the screen's not all this, you know. You'll see a little bit more on the sides, but you'll just like cruise down into the scene. It actually might be a little more zoomed in now that I think about it, but yeah, it'd be kind of like the it's either going to be the intro to the level or just like a general like intro for cinematic moments. If you limit sugar, carbs, and caffeine, you can just listen to when your hunger arises and eat. Yeah, since December, I stopped drinking coffee at the end of December because I got sick, and I haven't had caffeine since. I just have generally like water, tea, and I do kind of like a cocoa-esque drink where I do hot water, a little bit of almond milk, a scoop of collagen, hydrolyzed collagen, like chocolate flavored, with sometimes I'll add a little bit of Ovaltine to it as well. And it's just like this very mild, low sugar tasting Swiss Miss, you know? But it's not because that's all just like evaporated milk and sugar. Like this is just like no. I mean, I don't know. It's maybe like 70 calories. But it's good for you. It's good stuff. El Santana, thank you for the follow. This is how I do. I was just saying. A couple of weeks ago, took it extreme. 30-kilometer, 18-mile on an empty stomach. Very dangerous. Luckily, didn't injure myself. Oh, I don't think that's... Doing like fasted workouts is really not that big a deal, especially if you're an older adult and you have like fat on your body, as like most of us do. You have like energy to burn. It's okay. You know, you're going to be fine. Most likely you won't even burn the fat. Typically we'll just be burning through our glycogen stores most of the time. The vibe has evolved drastically. Yeah, this has been my latest. What I'm trying to do is clean up the aesthetic so that it's there's a lot of visual rest. Like you're not lost in too much detail. I want you to be able to like fixate on simple items and just get lost in that item. And so there's a lot more strokes and a lot of detail removed. And I'm not going for like general kind of noisy texture. I want things to be very clearly defined, you know, so you see like a leaf shape or like a stone in the ground, so that things are just very very easy to kind of group. And that way it's more relaxing to look at overall. Like in the waterfall, I changed to be more flowing off of the edge of the mountain. So it just made a little more sense physics-wise. So I kind of like widened the rocks in the middle, redid the rocks overall, brightened them up. And my hacker, thank you for the follow. Welcome in. It's a process. It's a steady evolution, you know. But I do have to like you can see the waterfall up in the corner. I need to redo the animation for the waterfall at some point, which I'm feeling procrastination energy towards that. I've just been going deeper into rendering the background, and I think I'm going to do a little bit of a leaf pass on the back bush, and then that'll probably be enough. But another thing I did was I made all the trees straight up and down. Before I was doing like really like lopsided like bents and like weird shapes to the trees, and I just wanted more of a vertical solid feel, because you know, if you ever been to like an old growth like redwood forest, there is a lot of vertical space. The trees aren't really wobbling. They have to be very sturdy if they're going to be like big, you know, tall trees. You know, so it's just quite natural for like the redwood feel to have it be very vertical. So I just went and I made everything very vertical and added the stroke to the edge of the trees so that everything just feels more stable, more clean, and hopefully just has a overall nice effect. I'm really just trying to improve the aesthetic for marketability's sake as well. Just trying to goose the wish list by making it look better. So I'm like, that's the goal here. But it really all stemmed from when I did the leaves for the trees. When I came up with this style, it kind of like ignited the change. I wanted everything to reflect that sort of like leaf shape. And so it opened my mind. But it's all subjective, you know. I'm just like hoping and wishing that I'm improving the aesthetic. Pixel art is hard to appeal to everyone, but given the nostalgia factor, I think monster taming games need some love. It's yeah, I mean, the thing is though, pixel art, for the people that like pixel art, there is a big enough market. But you have to kind of hit a threshold of quality, and I'm just trying to rise to that as best I can, you know, but not lose my essence. And the truth is, I like this. I like the clean aesthetic. It just has to be done right, and I'm trying to do it within the realm of like who I am as a pixel artist already, and it's honestly like, it's perfect for me. Like, it feels really right. It just took me a while to get there, to like figure out. It's so hard to like design and figure out how it should look. Like I've just like been revamping the background for basically the past like year and a half. And it's gonna stop when I'm done, you know? As in when the game is released, you know? Otherwise, I will keep molding and shaping things, changing and evolving things until it's out. I guess I'm still trying to establish the overall design aesthetic, and I have to like move on to the other levels at some point. But this is like the face of the game right now, and so it's the most important. And just keep trying to improve it. I think you're getting really good at shaping. Well, thank you, man. Releasing the game is unfortunately not the end, or fortunately depends on how you see it. I think it's once you release the game, though, you can't like revamp the graphics and the look of the game. Once you've released, like, you have to commit to what it is at that point. You can like add stuff to it, maybe slightly change it, but you can't just completely revamp the aesthetic once you've released a game. Because imagine like buying a game that's pixel art that you really love, and then while you're playing it, you download an update, and suddenly it looks like, digital art or something. It's like completely different aesthetic. You're going to feel like a bait and switch feeling. And even if you change one pixel art style to another, like, can't do that. You got to commit. And so now's the time to evolve. And the truth is like, it hasn't changed all that much since I've revamped the background last time. The first big change came when I wanted to extend the tree and make it fill the entire screen so that I could spread out the nodes on the tree. And then as I did that, I came up with a new leaf design, and then that spawned the rest of the changes, and it just feels right. There's a lot more continuity to this now, and it feels good. But the waterfall still needs work. I feel like I need to add a little bit more rocks to the front. Like, look at the old rocks. They're like so overly detailed. So like, here, let's try to add, let's hide the moss for a second and just try to add some new rocks here. I feel like Think colors maybe your next challenge. Not the color is bad, but pixel art coloring is hard to master. Oh, yeah, I've been through many color iterations. It all boils down to how it makes you feel and being able to recognize when something feels right. What's up, Eon? Also, pixel artists looking to see others' work and learn from it. Nice. It's a great way to do it.
Come on.
Coffee, thank you for the follow. Welcome in.
Come on.
Thanks for the follow, Glyco. Admin, you're gonna head out. Thanks for coming by, man. Good luck with your stiff. Sounds gross, Cupadoo. Sounds gross. Well, you guys, I think I'm gonna call it a day. I feel good about the changes. Spent a good 7 hours doing pixel art here today, and I was also working on some code before stream for a couple hours, so definitely put in more than like 9 hours today. So I'm gonna take a little break, eat a little food, and probably do some more work. But probably get back to coding a little bit off stream. But damn if I'm not proud of all the progress I made today. Lots of beautiful refinement. Just bringing this piece slowly forward. And it feels like a real solid move. I feel good about it still. And the rocks need, I mean, the whole waterfall just needs, like, you know, more rendering, but the structure of it is starting to feel right to me. Like it's getting there. So yeah, I already know who I'm gonna raid. Someone who's working on a pixel art game. And wow, man, Nat, what's going on? How's the game dev going? It's going pretty good. Do a little preview of the game before I go. So this is like the old background and stuff. Still work in progress. I think one of the things I'm going to be working on soon is doing the 3-car deal initially, because you're supposed to start with 3 cards. And I really should put in like a game over screen, something basic, so that like we can just have something, you know? Oops. Gotta attack that dragon. Die, you witch. What's up, Joe Sick? Yeah, it has been quality progress today. Feeling pretty good about it. Thank you, Wild Man. How to even make cool animations in STL. You just do, I do all the sprite sheets and stuff out of Sprite. Oh no. I was focus firing to the left. I might need to make that a more obvious indicator. So many dragons. This is just me going bananas on waves. We need to add sound effects soon as well. That's really gonna like make the game a lot more engaging. But we're getting there. Yeah, I'm gonna raid someone soon here after I'm done having my way with these sons of bitches. So far, it's not really bugging out. They will die. God, they're breaking through. I'm dead. I just lost. It's too many enemies. Oh, God. All right, guys. Let's start our outro tradition. A little bit of music. Guys, we're gonna go raid Practical NPCs, working on a cool pixel art game. And thanks for hanging out, man. Really appreciate the lurks today. I'll be back on Friday. And hopefully we'll be finishing up the Meteor then. And just moving forward on everything. We got to cut this background up and put it into the game as well. Of course, now I have to like redo the waterfall. So, dear God, it never ends. Guilty, thanks for hanging, man. As always, guys, thanks for watching. I appreciate you all. And I hope you have a good rest of your week, and I'll see you on Friday. It's going to keep on keeping on. I can't wait to cut this background up and put it into the game. It's pretty much ready, but I'm probably going to spend a little more time on the rocks. Maybe the bushes in the back. was pretty much there, man. Feeling pretty good. All right, guys. See you on the other side. Be well.